Hey, what up? Good morning. More to the debt. Hey, Mr. Salty. Nah, these people are not from the high school. These are American friends. What up, Nobles? What up, Pix? Right, how many push-ups are we up to now? Let's see here. What's up? I mean, 11:49. I was laying in bed scrolling Instagram when all of a sudden I get a message from Nobles like, "Hey, are you up?" I got booty called into streaming in the morning by Nobles. Um, so, ah, thanks for the raid, Nobes. We're up at 11:49 push-ups. Ba-donk-a-donk. And y'all gotta wake up with some moonlight immediately. Or the people who are waking up, y'all Americans. You're all going to bed now? I owe you. Man, you owe me nothing. Oh, come on, fuck off, Nobes. Jesus fucking Christ. What up, Nightmare? Jesus Christ. Hype train. Choo choo. It's already level 3 with 5 subs, dude. Man, Nobles, you literally wanted me to come in so you could gift subs as revenge for me gifting subs. This is gonna be the most fucked up rivalry ever, man. How have I been? I've been good. It's getting better. The lack of nicotine is getting more and more acceptable. Like it's at the point where it's mostly just like I'd like a smoke. It'd be nice. Yeah, I got on. Give us 4 more. Fuck's sake, Nobles. Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, Nightmare got caught in that shit as well. Oh my gosh. Why are you doing this, Nobles? Why are you doing this? Yeah, Pixie, I got on. I mean, no Nobles told me I had to. And all of a sudden he's throwing subs at me? Bro, and the biddies? Dude. It's so early in the morning for me. It's like 7:50. It's not that early, but I stayed up late, hang out on Noble's chat. Fuck, why haven't I done this already? If y'all haven't followed Nobles yet, do it. Fucking, he's a wonderful, very chill American streamer. Streams a lot of World of Warcraft, but also like Enshrouded and other types of games. Phasmophobia. The dude has speedrun that shit. Got a level 8 hype train today. Oh, I know. I was there. I was there. I think I don't even remember the highest level of hype train I've received. But I think it might also have been like 6 or 7. Oh, for fuck's sake, Pixie. Where do you get this money from? The Smudge King? Wait, what is this? Wait, can I show? Ah, this is not good. Look at all this shit. That's my setup. Wait, fuck, I muted all of Twitch. Smudge King. What is this? Trapping yourself there? What the fuck, man? Just... Alright. What was that? The Smudge King? I don't... What did I miss? What did I miss? What do I not get here? Hype Train level 3 achieved. Broski. Yeah. Chugging on towards level 5. I hit him with the smudge when he came to kill me and I ran through him. Wait. Smudge, is that what you call the incense? Yeah, I saw you running through the ghost. That's kind of fucked up. Yeah. That's pretty hardcore. Just the fact that like you can do stuff like that now. Like it's a I'm never gonna be on that level because I am too afraid of that game. Oh man, I can gift subs to myself. Can I? Can I? Dude. Oh, here it says, yeah, level 8 hype train is my channel record. I didn't even know you could see that. Wait, what the fuck? Home tonight. Level 3 achieved. Yeah. Man, my brain is not working out at all. Run away. Be my little baby. Wild Cloth appears. Wait, you got a Pokecatch? Yeah, but y'all honestly just caught me waking up. I was snoozing my alarm. I was like, oh fuck, it's 7:15. I guess I can scroll Instagram, look at some reels and shit. No snoozing today. I mean, you don't have to tell me. I don't wanna see you go till you see the light. Oh my god, Nobles comes in, raids, catches my Pokemons. Gifts a bunch of subs and shit. Rude. Oh, rude. That's right. That's right. What you gonna do, bitch? What you gonna do? Oh shit, is it? Yeah, it's laggy. Man. I thought I could fix with the latest sponsor and stuff, but can't. Raids, give subs, spend biddies, then yonks your piker man. My piker man! No, not my piker man! I gots to have the piker man. Jesus. Alright, I gotta go get my coffee. Then we're gonna play some Dune Awakening as we awake. Get it? Get it? Oh my gosh. Hype Train is completed at level 4. Hey, thanks. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for raiding. Thanks for getting this Hype Train going. Oh my gosh. Mood. That is literally what I feel like right now. Your DrVem fault thing screwed me today. Dude, more bits. Love a Gigantify though. A mood. Oh man, yeah. 2 minutes. I'm gonna grab some coffee. I'll be right back. You fucking degenerates. my toe. I'm awake. Pix played it during my mythic woe raid and was so loud in my ear. I missed a call out. Too bad for you, man. Too bad. I mean, is it Pixie's fault or is it your fault for not properly, you know, fixing your audio there? I don't think it's Pixie's fault. Pixie is without fault. She's a perfect person. It's her fault, Dev. Oh my gosh. Fat bottom girls! Do you even know her? Perfect. I know enough of her. She's a wonderful person. She gifted a bunch of bits. I mean, she's obviously a very good person. Very nice. That's wonderfully evil. I mean, that's not a bad thing either. I was gonna say most of the women in my life are wonderfully evil. I just thought that's how the good women are. Just wonderfully evil. You're making me want to play this game? Oh my gosh. Can't have another game on the roster. Dude, you know how it is though. You know how it is. Especially like when a Steam sale comes on, you're just like, oh man. Oh, I could play this. I could play this. I could play this. Literally, wait, let me... How do you even... Here we go. Playtime, 91 hours. In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, I played 91 hours. Dude. It's... Steam sale every week is mine too. Like the current sale, I'm looking at Civilization 7, because the Civilization games have been my jam and ever since I was a kid, and played Colonization. And it's just like 10% on sale, and I'm like, oh fuck, it's worth it, it's worth it. It's worth that sale. But also since starting streaming, I've bought so many games. I haven't been able to play them all. And today's Tries Day, so this afternoon I'm gonna try out Payday 2. And I mean, considering that y'all forced me to start streaming now, I don't know, like, can I even like stop streaming middle of the day to do other stuff? The streamer game? What's the streamer game? Like, wait, like streamer, uh, the simulator, YouTuber's Life 3. Have you tried it though? Is it fun? It feels a bit too meta to play as a streamer. Yes, 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 yes. I hear all of this in your voice. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Dr. Rem. You gotta do it. Man. Alright. Also, like, I don't know if y'all were here for that, but, like, I'm in a guild with, some online friends. Two of my old students, like, years ago, Milo and Morris, and their friend Ollie and whoever Jack is. I've never seen him. but they let me into their guild base because they were like, "Hey, you should move to where we are so we can share resources and stuff." And I went to their guild base and I was like, "This base is way uglier than mine. Look at how pretty mine is. Look at this shit. It's so big, so spacious." I even decorated my own bedroom. All of this is unnecessary. It doesn't fill any function. When you stream, it's like a card game. Oh, okay, it's an MMO, so you battle other real people in streams. Okay, dude, this sounds fun, actually. Also, look. Reading Nook. Reading Nook. I can sit here. In my sexy little still suit. Why can't I move? There we go. For fuck's sake. The game's a bit buggy. There are some kinks that need to be worked out. Alright, so I got a YouTuber's Life 3, you said. Wait, balls. Wait, no, that's my email. Don't look at that shit. Oh, come on! I'm not gonna... Wait, if we do this... I'm such an idiot. Here we go, this is Steam. YouTuber's Life 3 streamed together. Mixed reviews. What is this? Who's gonna be the number one? The fuck? Alright. $15.99. I'll add it to the wish list and I'll think about it, alright? Yeah, alright. Thanks for the link there, Nobles. Thunder. Can we make more of this even? Is it even necessary? No. Oh, that's... Oh my gosh. Stone Cold Burner's here. Yes. Tell me what your butthole wants, Stony. Sorry. So YouTuber's Life 3 streamed together. That's where we're going. That's what you want me to do. Huh? Huh? What am I gonna do today? I definitely need more aluminum. I like it more than Schedule 1. Really? Ooh. Yeah, because Schedule 1 is pretty... It's a pretty fun game. Pretty good game. Fuck, I actually do need to, like, go out and get some blood and shit. And, probably do some quests. We're gonna do some quests, gang. You get to upgrade PC parts and build your stream room. Okay, that sounds fun, though. Right. Fuck, why is there... I just realized there's no sound in the game. Ah, because it's one of my speakers. Ha ha ha! Alright. I'll get it, Nobles. Just for you, I'll get it. I mean, considering what y'all gifted in bits and subs just now, could probably buy it just from that. You friggin' asshole. How dare you? How dare you give me money? How dare you show me love and support? Won't accept it. I won't accept it, I tells you. What is this? Where am I going? Why are there still tents here? That's fucking weird. Find the path up the stone sentinel. Make your way up the stone sentinel. Wait, does it want me to like climb specific parts? Yeah, it does. We let the liquor talk. Everything we said, but we said it all. Alright, so YouTubers Live 3 stream together. That's where it's at. Apparently our next mission in life. Everything we said, but we said it all. Fuck's sake. Where's the next part of this? Here it is. Nice. Seeing lots of people playing old school RuneScape for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, no, RuneScape, I think honestly it never lost in popularity. It's just like, it wasn't popular among the general public for a little while. And then people were like, holy shit, it's still going? I have a friend who works in IT who constantly has RuneScape up. Like throughout the workday and everything. I haven't announced on Discord. Oh fuck, I forgot about that. Sorry bestie, hey bestie. Nobles texted me and was like, hey, are you awake? Can I raid you? Come on, man. Go on, stream, come on, man. Get onto the stream, man. Oh my gosh. Wait, announcement, no, live streams. Fuck, the streaming computer is not happy about any of this, let me tell you. Wait, Man, Nobles, you're not in my Discord. It's like in my Discord server. I get it. You hate me. Let's see. We copy that. We put it in there. You're gonna put it in there. No, I'm sure. Confirm. Regulate. Yeah. Wait. Wait. All right, because you're not nobles there. Regulate. Fuck me. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I edited it. So now you're tagged in it. The fuck? So it comes up as Nobles TV. But only if I tag regulate. I can't, like, try to tag at Nobles TV. Oh, you changed it just now. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I just changed it! Oh my god. Oh, right. We're back in a Star Trek Fleet Command sponsorship as well. So if you want to support the stream by playing a game, y'all can download it using the code or the link for PC or mobile. And I'm gonna do a sponsor stream later this coming week, I think. Maybe this weekend even. Bird. Oh my gosh, and here comes the rest of the gang. It's the good guy. What up? Oh my gosh. Believer. Shit. My lord. What are you even doing to me, all y'all? So, YouTubers Life 3 stream together. That's... Nobles is trying to force me to buy a game. See what happens when you post in the Discord. The people show up. Man, who could have thunk? I'm on my way to work, so I thought I would stop by and say hey. And do the realistic knocking. Good morning, good guy. Hope you have a wonderful day at work and that it doesn't suck ass. Stoney's sassy this morning. Did you have a good night, Stoney? For some reason? Did you, like, actually get an hour of sleep or something? That should be my new walk-on, the knocking. It should not. It definitely should not. Gotta get closer. Oh, here we go. Hello. Now we're all close and intimate with each other, aren't we? Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh, up there. Of course. Where the light is, DrVem. Stop being a fucking idiot. No. You love our sassy Scott. No bad mouthing. Yeah, that's true. That is what I appreciate about him. I reached the mouth of the stone sentinel. Ah. Is this a crashed Thopter? It is. Can I? I can take it. Oh, never mind. It's just salvage metal and shit. I don't want it. 10,000 challenge points. You're fucked when your toe is better. Don't I know it, friend? You're not the only one. Like, I know that Stoney hasn't used much of his points lately. Bestie's... Oh, she's just waiting. Waiting for my new walk-on? Haven't I approved it already? It's been a week. How long are you gonna blame the toe? It's a broken toe. And I might have fucked it up a little bit worse yesterday. I might have put some weight on it when I shouldn't have. So this is why I wake up and stream early for. It's to get bullied. I get it. The list of naibs. Man. Fuck, I love coffee. Will be trouble. Stay there will be double. I still can't make a Mark 6 one. Search the learning center. Wait, let me check. I could build it all day too. Rare chats punching bags. Ain't that the fucking truth though? Farrah's playing Enshrouded. I can see it here. I can see it. Now that I got Farrah on Steam, I can see what she does. Fuck. That's, yeah. Deliver the bloodline records to Jocasta. Alright. We love you, that's why we do it. That is true. I do feel loved. Especially since the birthday stream. Y'all really got me fucked up with that birthday stream and the cute videos and everything, and by God. I get choked up just thinking about it. I finished Pixie Hollow in the 4s. I'm not exactly sure what Reggie wants to call that side. You got cut off, Nightmare? No! Well, welcome back, Nightmare. You ain't missed much. You missed me being bullied and getting a bunch of gift subs and shit. Whee! That's what you wanted? Yeah, no, I know. With me getting choked up during the birthday stream. I was talking to Nobles and Farah in Noble stream about... Because Nobles is thinking about doing a subathon when he's feeling better. Because he's sick. We're going to send love and affection to Nobles now that he's sick. Otherwise we wouldn't. But now that he's sick, we got to be nice to him. Yeah, he's thinking of doing a subathon. And I recently got educated on what a subathon is. So I'm playing with the idea of doing a subathon for the Twitch affiliate anniversary. Pix Hollow in my castle forest. Wait, can I... Whoa! No, that's not enough. Oh shit, fuck. Not again. Not again. This always happens when I try to fly and look at stuff at the same time. Yeah, no, I can't. I'm sorry, Farah. I'm sorry. Oh, it's Nobles who sent it as well. Fuck. Sorry, Nobles. You and Pix have like similar pink colors in my chat, and my brain is not braining. Oh, fuck me. Let's see here. My poor Thopter overheated. That's what she said. Has to be in the House of Thief, right? Gorgeous house. Gotta take your word for it. But yeah, I've seen what Nobles has built before. He was a fucking master builder. So if Farah even has half the talent that he does, it's probably gonna be super fucking pretty. Let's see. Where am I going? Am I going here? No, wait. Probably inside, right? I'm gonna go up the stairs. Run up the stairs, up the stairs.
On your knees, dog.
On your knees, dog. That's what I tell your mom. Blood extractor Mark IV. Well, one of them is actually useful. Task project progress register.
Yeah.
Dead. Ouchies. Stab. Stab. And slow stab. Nice. Alright, we gotta reload, and we're gonna shoot this fucker. There you go. Dead. Oh my gosh. Sitting on top of the world. fucking god. Hedgehog's ready. That is one of my favorite redeems. It's there's an ode to the really angry hedgehog. I hope he comes back someday. Me too. Like he shows up randomly at times. It's just the really angry hedgehog is like a mythical figure on Twitch. Just shows up at times, plays a bunch of personalized hedgehog songs, and chills, and talks shit about other hedgehogs. Apparently we're not... Oh, he's been here like twice more. You only saw him once? The hedgehog has been here several times. Corvisquer? Yeah, first time was the coolest for sure, because I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. It's basically just this user called Really Angry Hedgehog turned up in chat, started playing like an anthem to themselves. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is so cool. And then they started chatting. I started like teeing up using more and more blurps that are personalized songs for the Really Angry Hedgehog from other streamers that they've rated or that they've visited before. I think Really Angry Hedgehog said there's like 4,000 songs or something, like 4,000 brief cover songs in their honor. And Really Angry Hedgehog isn't even a streamer themselves. They're just a really angry hedgehog. Jesus, it's laggy today. I think I've seen once in here. Man. Every time we see a really angry hedgehog in here, it's a blessed day. Ah. Oh my gosh, so many people caught that Pokemon. Die! Ouchies, come on. And stop! Hope I get to see him once. I mean, honestly, the really angry hedgehog is an experience. I don't even know where he lurks during the day, because he's a nightly animal. He's a what's it called? Nocturnal. Something out of the ordinary. For
This
sure.
latest group of pilgrims includes many promising initiates. Truly many see the hand of God in the green growing things that flourish in the Udam. Those who show less zeal have regrettably been turned over to the adepts for more rigorous instruction.
Rigorous instruction.
In particular,
No.
one recently recruited brother professed appropriate devotion and revealed to us his past as a house trooper. When tested, he demonstrated superior fighting skills and indicated that he could be of use training our militant
Yeah, that's the dude
adepts.
I'm looking for.
I'm certain Shai Halud has led this righteous warrior to us for the good of the
Righteous
faith.
warrior.
I sent him on to the testing station to report to Naib Jorah.
Ah! Oh my gosh. Which testing station did you send him to, though? Fucking show me, bitch. Bene Gesserit, no. Swordmaster, no. Cutting Edge, no. 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 Call Thufir Hawat. Escorted it is D&D join the mosque, correct? That's our space the measurable uptick in their fighting ability. Search the testing station. It was both my cat looking at me like, yeah, time to get up. Give food now. Man, cats be like that. Oh, you actually wanted to sleep in? No, fuck you. I need food. Give me food.
Identify yourself.
Oh shit! I thought it was someone who blurped. Like, identify yourself. Like, huh? But it was someone who wanted to die. Alright, we're going over there. Oh, it's not far away. I don't think we have to fly our Thopter or anything. Let's go with this. They get so bitchy when Hubs isn't home. Daddy's boys. And they just miss Daddy. They need their Daddy. Man, I miss having animals. Like, the wife wanted a cat for the longest time, and I said that we won't get a cat until after we get a dog. Because I want a dog more than anything. I don't need kids, don't need cat. Don't need a job, I want a dog. Want a dog? House is out in the woods playing Legolas with a bow and arrow. With they actually brought a bow and arrow this time as well. Holy shit, man! Wait, who's the raid boss right now? Rika Jani. It's not even who gifted the subs. It's who got the gift sub that becomes the raid boss with my version I have. That's kind of cool though that they have a bow and arrow. Are they drunk as well? Like, are we gonna get a story of how the future husband or one of his boys got shot with an arrow? I was waiting for a call from the hospital. Yes, there's a lot of alcohol.
You've entered Desert Botanical Testing
I mean,
Station
they're
number
also a bunch of
163.
nerds. I
I'm Dr.
doubt
Ray.
any of them actually has the strength to do any real damage. Don't you think? We're gonna fill our items. Yes, fill it up. Oh, hello. You wanna die? I believe you want to die. Suck the blood. IRL aiming is different than gaming aiming. Just saying. Oh, I know. I've tried shooting with a bow and arrow and I fucking suck at it. Airsoft gun though. That I can aim fairly okay with. But yeah, I don't think I could ever actually use a real gun. Fucking servers will be offline for a game update again? Can you? Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't you have like a rapid fire gun in this game? I do, but like the guns I've tried out, the only gun I really enjoy is the sniper gun. Otherwise, I more enjoy having this shield and being able to like run up and stab people. No! Ah, fuck's sake! The fuck! Stab! Stab. No, alright. Shit. We're running over here instead. Stab! That's my only hope. Oh, jeez. I turned off the fucking shield the worst time as well. hiya, hiya. Like the gun this guy has, you can have a gun like that, and I tried it out, but it takes forever to charge up, and you lose your shield while you fire, so it doesn't really become that worth it. Plan for them is a lot of D&D and board games, so they'll be fine. That's what I'm thinking as well, right? But it would be hilarious if it turns out that they actually hurt themselves using the bow and arrow. Like, I don't want them to hurt themselves seriously, just like a little bit. Like a broken pinky toe or something. Man, I really like Moonlight. His shit is so good. We're not gonna replay that. Get a little drunk and get behind the wheel guy. That's not a real guy. That's a criminal. Please don't do that, chat. It's not manly to get drunk and get behind the wheel. I think that if they get hurt, they'll be hurt a lot worse than a stupid pinky toe. Oh, stupid pinky toe? How dare you? It's not a stupid pinky toe. My pinky toe is really smart. Alright, so servers are going down soonish, like in an hour and a half for maintenance. What should I play while the servers are down? That's the question. Should I get YouTubers Life 3? Warzone? Oh man, I've heard a lot about Warzone as well. Oh wait. Warframe? I've been talking about trying out Warframe for Bestie for ages. That you have, yeah. I think it has to be Warframe, gang. So when we get off this game, we're jumping into Warframe. It is Tri-Stay after all. Backpack Fall. Oh my gosh. Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper. Who needs to come get her though? Seems like she's having a good time. Alright, we're doing Warframe after this. Oh, come on. Why do I suck so much at this? Stabbed. Stabbed. We survived the bow and arrows. Oh my god! What up, Mercy Palmcore? No, I'm not reading it somewhere. It's the song. It's the song. Yeah, because I also hear lyrics wrongly all the time, so I might be wrong. Congratulations, Marzipan. I appreciate that you survived. I don't think I could keep up with Bestie if you died from a bow and arrow. The amount she would drink out of pure sorrow would be insane. Hubs is alive and well so far. Just wait until he comes home, am I right? Gonna kill him then?
Incoming! Where's my backup?
Oh yeah, you wanna fight? You wanna fight? Stab! Stab! No one would have been able to keep up. It is known. It is known. That is like one of the best things to come out of Game of Thrones. Just, it is known. Alright. I gotta throw away some shit here. The treads can go fuck themselves. The Dune Man jacket I kinda wanna keep. We can deal with this. Spark sword? Spark sword! Fill my items. Fill me up. Dead end. Way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. Where is the thing? Here it is.
Jorba,
Jorba.
I received your message regarding our ailing and absent brother. You say you found a named Skorda. amid
There's a
the
Miss
abundant
Mages in
personal
chat.
effects. I wonder why he chose to hide it from us. It saddens me that he has fled from his holy duty to train our militant adepts.
Oh my gosh.
But if he has grown as ill as you say, then he is a threat to us all. What no sickness near my person. Is not my personal health and well-being vital to the faith? No doubt he has learned of this commandment and fled to save his life. The sad breach of faith.
The hunt for
Take your
Skorda.
adepts and hunt him down. One of our watchers saw him fleeing to the northwest. He cannot have gotten
Alright,
far in such
wait.
a state. Find
Contact
him,
issuer.
kill
Skorda
him,
keeps running,
and
so we continue
bury
following
him.
his fast, running out of
Do
places
not
to hide.
risk close contact.
Skorda's last stand. Let's see, where will he be? Optional. Catch up with the hunting party northwest of Misa Tiril. Follow the trail of the hunting party. Just find Skorda. I love how it's like optional. Just like, yeah, I mean, you could hunt him. That's optional. Or you could just find him. Like, yeah. You could just find him. Let's see. Where am I going? Where am I even going?
You've entered Desert Botanical Testing Station.
You've entered
number 163.
your mama.
I'm Dr. Wen Olmeca.
Nice. Got the Miss Mages. I'm such a Pokemaster. I can catch them all. Oh my gosh. Man, because Noble's got me streaming this early, and it's Tri-State, I was planning on starting streaming at 3 p.m. my time. It's currently 9 a.m.-ish. So I'm a couple hours early to my plan. And I had some thoughts about... I had plans of what to do today. Streaming from the morning was not part of it, but now we're here. So I'm thinking, 'cause like I need to do some household chores today. Like I really need to. So at lunch, I'll take a break, like half an hour. Maybe we can probably put up like a countdown timer or something on stream. Around lunch, I'll take a break, eat my lunch, do the chores I need done, and then I'll continue the stream. What do y'all think of that? Would that be acceptable for the gangsters? Catch up with the hunting party northwest of Misa Tiril. Things like, where is the hunting party? Sounds good. Ad incoming. Oh my gosh. How do I know where the fucking hunting party is then? I don't have any fuel to refuel with. Like, I've been here before. Wormside Spire, Taqua's Watch. Fucking Taqua's Watch. Been there so many times. Let's see if we can find it. 3-minute ad. It's like 100% gonna be that I have to go into like this stronghold or something, right? It always is. Fuck it. Let's just go in here. Wait, this is not the stronghold that I thought it would be. Is it? Oh, stab, stab, stab. You wanna get stabbed? That's how you get stabbed. That was just the back door. We enjoy using the back door. No, shut up. Shut up. DrVem, shut up. Shut the fuck up! There we go. Got some Slaries. Some cash.
Who goes there?
Who goes there? Your mom. Stab. 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 Come on, I'm gonna stab you too. Stab. 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 There we go. Oh my gosh. See, I've been here. Been here several times. What am I even supposed to do here? Oh my gosh. Optional catch up with the hunting party. Thing is it optional if I can't skip it? Like, how do I skip the optional parts? I don't think I do.
Someone's here. Enemy, unite.
Get there.
Stab. Stab. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I understand. Servers are gonna be down for maintenance. Oh, come on. Fuck's sake. Stop hitting me. God damn it. Fucking, come on. Ah, come on! I'm gonna die here. They're gonna kill me. Nope. Alright. Oh, jeez. Fucking Christ in heaven. I hate it when they corner you like that. Oh, come on. Fuck's sake. There we go. Dead. Alright. Dead. Finally. Sayadina, help us. Ain't nobody helping me, bro. You're gonna get murderized. There we go. Oh my gosh. There we go. It tells me to go down. I refuse to accept this. More money. Alright. Oh, come on. See, like, shooting is not necessarily the best option always. Because you get shot as well. Alright. It wants me to go downwards. Has to be Wormside Spire then, right? Oh, it's these corpses. Sick. Follow the trail of the hunting party. Sure. Here we go. Is that Skorda?
Well, who the hell sent you?
Oh, Jesus. He's got cool mutton chops and stuff.
Well, isn't that flattering? Do a bow, a curtsy.
I'll tell you anything you want to
Think
know.
I can
What is
manage
the
all
bad
that?
spice? Where does it come from?
Don't rightly know. We found it on Ix, something they whipped up. We took it as spoils. Easy money. Didn't know the stuff was powdered death till the Catheria crashed. Then my crew starts dying.
What's the rest of the bad
The
spice?
Catheria getting shot down complicated things. When it crashed, I had to leave my post, had to leave my sick mates behind. Tried to get off world with what I'd earned by selling the bad spice from the Catheria, but I got ambushed by mercenaries. I evaded them and hid by joining the Masquerette. Then I got sick. And Nala and Jorba turned on me. I fled, and this is where I fell.
You have a duty to the Atreides. You can
One or two
redeem yourself
secrets.
before death.
To hell with the Atreides. You
What's the
see,
real
it doesn't
truth?
matter whether this house or that house wins. Dukes, barons, emperors.
The rest of us
The
suffer.
Atreides and Harkonnen have fought for 10,000 years. Stars will burn out before these royal bastards stop their self-indulgent puppet honor. Duty. Just strings to make us dance. I did my duty.
I waited,
I
to
waited
a
through
sea
a
of
sea
gas.
of guts. I'm done squeezing stones for blood. We... no. I'll tell if
That's
it'll help
just
stop
what you
this
get from
sickness.
House's Worth. They
But when he
exploit
took
you.
the Delphus and the Euphoria was shot down into the shale. Now you know. That's not a win. It's a curse.
Delphus and Euphoria. Alright, so we're going over there now.
So far up, it'd give you a nosebleed to know. Don't know who they are, but...
Do us a favor and leave. I'm gonna call Thufir while we're here. Oh, I gotta actually go back to him. Alright, well, that means flying back to base. The app closed on you, Pix? No! How dare it? You better call its manager. Bestie's playing Warframe. Poor Dew Harvest. I mean, that's fine. But yeah, if we're kind of done with quests here, I should, but we'd love to have you here. You should definitely go to bed, Pigs. Oh. But I know the feeling of like getting stuck with a creative project. No, you should go to bed as well, Bestie. Go to bed. You're too drunk already. You're just so drunk. Oh, there's a Pokemon's in the chat again. Oh shit, before I forget, Bestie, I was talking with Artie and Pixie and Nobles last night in their chat about all of us doing a Deceitful Saturday. So I think we landed on that they get on 3 p.m. on their Friday the 25th. Which would be midnight for us, the 25th, like the midnight between the 25th and 26th. So that's between a Friday and a Saturday. And we do Deceitful Saturday with each other. You can do that? Nice. We'll book it. We'll fucking put it in the calendar. Because I'm thinking, like, if I'm gonna stay up past midnight, I should definitely stream before that as well. What are we playing? I think it's gonna be like Lockdown Protocol, because apparently it got updates and stuff. And Pixie's gonna get murdered by Nobles. That's apparently already decided. We could probably force them to get Oh Dear as well if we really want to. Oh yeah, I'm not good at Lockdown either. Oh Dear is just 4 people. It is? I thought you could be more. Then Lockdown it is. We could definitely do Repo. That's up to 6, right? But yeah, the 25th/26th. I'll put it up on the stream schedule. Storage full. Repo 2. I'm sure Miss Artie would be down for that. Oh, we did notice that. I'll trust you on this. That's what I think. Shadraths still shoot mash. Repo is 6, but with some mods you can have more. Oh, true, true. Did you get Lockdown as well, Stone Cold? Did you win that in a giveaway? Or was that just in my fantasy? Did I fantasize about you winning my giveaway winning my heart. Man, I have too many corpses here. Alright, we gotta dump this blood. Get some blood in those purifiers. Oh damn, we have a ton of water as well. Fuck me. So water was not what I needed necessarily. Need to just change the suspensor belts here. Recycle that item. Fuck that blood extractor. Thruster can go eat a dick. I swear to God. There we go. Alright, well, it's a fucking plan then. We're gonna fuck things up. I'm gonna have more than 500 of those. That's stupid and stupid. Wait, and those? We get 500 particle capacitors. That's a fair amount of capacitors. Broski. There we go. Alright, we got all that. Let's see what we can do with the water we got. Alright, yeah, some aluminum. Plastone, not really worth it with that plastone. Cobalt paste. Jesus, that's a lot of water. Holy fucking crapoli. And we don't need... Just writing here also, had to update repo code. Oh, right. Man, I need to download that mod pack you sent. I gotta check to see what I can and can't build. Plastanium ingots. 63 and I can make a bigger storage container, but that's not what I want. I want the advanced fabricators. And that's like a shit ton of plastanium I need. Right, I need plastanium, I need silicone, I need spice. Next time we play this, we're gonna just grab so many resources. It's not even gonna be funny, I promise you. It's gonna be so annoying. We need industrial pumps and shit. Yep. Yeah, Pixie, you should go to bed. Thanks for the lurk. Hope you get some sleep at least. And if you don't, I hope it's for all the good, right reasons, and none of the bad reasons. Let's see here. I haven't even downloaded Warframe. Why am I the worst? We're gonna add this to library. Now available in your account. I want it installed on my big SSD. And all of the DLCs are like... Wait. All these DLCs are just... what's it called? Like, cosmetic, right? Starter weapon pack. Max rank mod. So Warframe is free, but it has like a lot of pay to play stuff or pay to win stuff. Seems like. Enjoy your Warframe, a biometal suit of untold power. Unleash its abilities and wield a vast array of devastating weaponry to effortlessly annihilate hordes of enemies on sight. When the slaughter is over, you can earn or instantly unlock 40 plus different Warframes. You really don't need to pay anything. No, that I understand. That I understand. But you can, is what I'm saying. Battle alongside friends. There are parkour skills in this game? Dude. Customize endlessly. Alright. Alright. We're gonna change the... Warframe. And change the category to Warframe. I swear to God, the fucking OBS craps out on me. There we go. Now, stuff should be updated. But I mean, very positive reviews overall. That's pretty fucking dope. I'm gonna supermarket together. Got an update. I really like that game as well. Alright, it's downloading, so I'm gonna go get some coffee, and we're gonna sit here and just chill with each other. And talk shit. And, I guess bully me. Poor DrVem, getting bullied all the time. It's not an easy life. Oh, fuck my toe. I haven't had breakfast either. I just realized. So I'm gonna go make some breakfast right quick. BRB. Yeah, I'm sorry, gang, that you'll have to watch me eat breakfast again, but I was forced into this. I was roped into. Oh, jeez. An early morning stream. Oh, yes. I hate everything about everything right now. Let's see. Can we sit like this? No, we cannot. And this chair, I think I might need to get a new chair. We can sit like this. That's good. That's a decent place to sit. Spit ops. What even is that? Oh, okay. Wait, let me just. Alright, we're just gonna check some Warframe stuff. I just found a Reddit post about like, hey, what to do. People are picking up to fill the Destiny void. Do the quest doesn't really give you direction on what to do next. Work on completing the blue blinking nodes on planets. Okay. That's actually smart. If you prioritize clearing a path to a junction, by completing that junction, you unlock more planets and new weapons and stuff. Getting new weapons and weapons is great, but don't neglect your mods. I try to never neglect my mods. Okay, so modding is important for the later game. General load of weapons, base damage, percent mod, crit damage. Premium currency, platinum, can be traded. Alright. Don't change after the best gear and learn the mod. Alright, so everything comes from modding. Seems like. Play the frames you like. Yeah, no. I feel like that's an important rule to have in most games as well. Like, I've had friends who... What do you mean I don't own that ball? I've had friends who only play games that they know they can break. Like, they try to look up... Well, whatever. I'm not going to buy anything then. They try to look up, like, what's the most broken combination, or what's the best gear, what's the best thing to do here. And they just go for that instead of what they would find most fun. Because usually, but that's also, yeah. They think breaking a game is the fun to be had. But I've always been the type of person who's like, I'm gonna play what seems cool and funny more than what's good. Like I played Blood Bowl for a while with some friends. Oh, why haven't I installed that yet? I played Blood Bowl 2. I haven't played Blood Bowl 3 yet, but I want to do it. It's Warhammer, but with American football, basically. And in the league I was playing, everyone was actually like doing well. Everyone played good teams and so on. Mm. But I already found a favorite team of mine, and they're not good. I wanted to play the Goblins, because the Goblins seemed the most unhinged team. So in Blood Bowl, what you can do is you can cheat and you can bribe the judges and stuff. And the Goblins have a special rule where they bribe for half the price because all the judges are also Goblins. And the Goblins can bring weapons on the pitch. So like when you build your Goblin team, you can put in into the team people with like grenades, people with there's a chainsaw dude, there's a dude with a wrecking ball that just swings around and stuff. So like they're allowed to cheat basically, and the team does not win; they just wreck, and that's what I thought was fun. Mm. So I didn't place well in that tournament, but I fucked up some people's days, and that was fun for me. Because like you can kill players in that game as well, and the players you have can level up, and as they level up, they become even better players. So I had a friend who played the High Elves, and they're like supposed to be the best at passing the ball and scoring and running, which is basically the game. But they're not big fighters. So I was like, yeah, I gotta fight them then. That's the only place I could possibly win. And I killed like his 5 best players, and that dude was literally like he was not happy with me. I think that kind of ruined our friendship as well. Me murdering his best players. But I had fun. And as long as I have fun, that's the most important thing, isn't it? Who's that? Tobbe. My shorter friend. We don't hang out that much anymore. I think he got a little bit sad. Now I'm a bit sensitive. I'm a sensitive boy. This is very interesting as well. Recent follower, I'm so jaded. That's the person we rated yesterday. Recent cheer, I think that was Lil Pix, not Nightmare. Same thing with recent subscribers, not nobles. This shit doesn't update properly. I'm just waiting for this download to happen. Alright, estimated 5 minutes. We can wait 5 minutes. That's fine. I won't die. Ha. Nom 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 nom. Well, something is happening in the Discord. Someone added me. Who's nobles? just messing with nobles. Man, people are just posting like gifs of me in the VIP lounge. No, in the funny stuff in the Discord now. Ha. I think it's kind of fun though that there are so many gifs of me dancing and vibing. Don't worry about. I like you too, Stony. Fuck's sake. So stupid. Come on. I want to play this game. Should probably write up what I need done today as well, so I just have that priority in my head. Alright. Now we got a dust and vacuum today. But that won't take very long, I don't think. I think it'd be good if I could do the dishes. We'll see what happens. I said we were gonna play Repo tomorrow, right? Tomorrow during the morning? Wasn't that the plan? Man, I gotta check my calendar and shit. Yep. Repo between 8 and 11. Alright, but I already put that in the schedule. So we're just gonna like stream for a little while in the morning, do some Repo. Then we're gonna clean the kitchen. And Friday night is date night. Yes, with Stony! Yay, Stony! I fucking love Stony. He's a fucking beauty, Stony. Tell ya. Yeah, you. You motherfucker. You're a wonderful person. What do you think of that, huh? 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 Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna put in my calendar. Yeah, right. Stony is so awesome. So I put in my calendar that we'll stream for 6 hours on the 25th. So we'll start at 9 p.m. That's a Friday, 9 p.m. We'll stream something, just us, and then Nobles and his gang will come online when it's midnight for me. Or for us. And it'll be 3 p.m. for them. And he was like, I don't know if I can start drinking at 3 p.m. That's kind of early. But I had to make the decision of like, oh fuck, right. Either we start, yeah, right. How is 3 p.m. early? Is it 3 in the afternoon? Oh my gosh, Warframe is completed. So it was either like they start drinking at 3 p.m. and we just get on at midnight, or they start drinking at like 9 p.m. and we have to get up at like 6 a.m. for that stream. And yeah, whatever, I agree. And doing day drinking from breakfast. I was like, breakfast drinking does work. Like, I'm not above that. Definitely not. But I think it's better if we try to time it as an evening thing. Us Europeans going too early? No. Right? And also, like, the Americans came up with the whole concept of, like, wake and bake. How... Like, oh, you can't drink before 5 p.m., but you can wake up and smoke weed immediately? Please. 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 Email, password. I'm gonna log in with Steam, bitch. Bind existing. Wait, no. Fuck. Wait. Log in with Steam. No Warframe account associated with a Steam account. We're gonna create a new Warframe account. Yeah. Link can't be undone. That's totally fucking okay. I acknowledge my personal data will be processed. Yeah, absolutely. I read the terms of use, I'm pretty sure. Pick a display name. DrVem. Who would have thunk? Ooh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I gotta sit closer.
For generations, you've slept.
I've slept for generations? Really?
No purpose. No call
Skip cinematic? No, sorry.
to wake you.
I didn't mean to. Whoa, graphics are good. The new computer is working as well with this. But I wonder if, it's like, Ollie mentioned something about like getting more than a stock cooler, and I'm wondering if the cooler I have
Grenier.
really works with balls.
From the ruins of
Works
the
with
war, swallowing colonies whole.
the CPU I have. Enjoy the cinematic.
But
I'm gonna
there's
try
still
to.
hope.
Yeah, it's working. Alright. Man, I love this new computer case. I can just like open up the top and look in and just be like, okay, what's happening, what's happening? And then I can just pop it back on. No problem.
The Tenno.
It's beautiful.
Monuments of an ancient warrior caste. Scattered across frail worlds.
Scattered across frail worlds. Oh my gosh, you can have doggy? Nice. Oh yeah. It's a lot of enemies, man. Alright, this is a dope cinematic. Seems like they must have done some mocap for this, right? Alright, nice. You can run up walls. Dude. Doggy! Right, so those suits are Warframes then. Right? Cinematic is really fucking something. That character just absorbed bullets. Sick. Yeah, just the graphics on the cinematic is insane. Are the graphics kind of similar in the game, bestie? Oh, nice. Nice. Because, like, I've only ever heard positive things about Warframe. I swear to God, if you get me hooked on this, bestie, and I spend time and money on this, I'll appreciate it so much. I love getting hooked on things. I'm an addict! So that person got the Force as well? That's cool. Phew!
Together, they fought back. Bringing an end to an empire.
Alright.
Then, they left.
Okay, Hubs is deep into this game, opened his wallet and everything. Nice.
Forgotten.
Nice. Just opened the wallet, just like took a knife. Slit!
Like a dream.
Oh, dude. Oh, cocaine.
Wake up, Tenno.
Sorry.
Wake up.
Wake up, Tenno. Excalibur. Mag. Volt. No, I want to be Excalibur. Slash dash. Radial blind. Nice. Radial javelin. Exalted blade. Summon a sort of pure light and immense power. Dude. Ooh, you can like choose swatch. Excalibur deals 10% increased damage and attacks 10% faster when wielding swords. Yeah, I want to do swords. That sounds super dope. And we're gonna be red is so hot. You can change colors later too. Nice, nice, nice. I'm more of a green guy, but I wouldn't mind like going green and red or green and gold. Green and gold would be cool.
I see the Lotus has tried to wake you. Pity she's too late. You're my prize now, Tenno.
Man, the baddies here are really ugly. Still use my first Warframe I really like, and I did mine in red and green.
What
Nice.
has he done to you?
So I gotta
can't
do mine in
lose
red and green
another
then
Tenno.
as well.
I'm surging your Warframe's power systems.
Pew!
Quick, use your power. Defend yourself.
Use one to slash and dash. Ah! Jesus Christ in heaven. You can't loot people? No, okay.
Is waiting for you, but the Green Mirror will
Jesus.
be hunting you. Arm yourself.
Dude, the fucking graphics here. Wait, let me... system, interface, video. Video. Display mode. I want it full screen. Confirm. They drop stuff later. Gotcha. Alright. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, shift to sprint. Whee! Huh. Pick up Skana. Oh my gosh. Oh, which one do I want? I want this one. Yeah, I can't pick up the other one now, right? Jesus! Alright. What do I do with... Alright, that's block. Splat. So no need to activate loot, they drop and you automatically take what you can. Nice, nice. Oh, and you can double jump. I love a double jump. Hold control to crouch, or just slide on through. Damn, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this guy.
There's a cache of weapons ahead. Grab what you can.
BRB. Stealth attack. Ooh. Lotto or kunai? I mean, I've always enjoyed a good gun. Alright, cool. Gotta change the key binds so that...
Extraction point is up ahead. Hurry, before Vor finds out you've escaped.
Alright, this is obviously loot, but I'm not picking it up. Fuck it, whatever. Probably won't be the best loot ever right now. But yeah, I can't have melee on E. Has to be one of my mouse buttons. Oh, really? What the fuck? I can just deflect bullets? That's dope. Oh wait, we gotta rebind some stuff. Customize key bindings. Melee attack. There we go. Mouse button 5. Melee heavy attack. Mouse button 4. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Cool.
Salvage team, why have you not reported in?
I got a horde.
Made it. There's the extraction chip.
It's a wild Luligant. That's what I think of that. We got an ad incoming in 3 minutes, gang. Ouchies.
That will not happen. My decrepit heart is pounding. This one is stronger than the rest. Lock the area down. This Tenno is mine.
Quick, get to the console and release the lockdown. Do that, and I will guide you to your old ship. It's your only chance.
Nice. Release lockdown. Oh. Nice.
The Queens want to destroy you, but I need to build more.
Jesus. Bestie is back and she's on Warframe. Nice. Dope. Ooh. Versatile automatic rifle, or I'm a sucker for a bow. I am. Nice. Okay, Jesus, you can actually... That's fucked. Jesus, this game really is made for, like, hyper combat. There you go. Alright, I'm enjoying this game. Whoa! Jesus. I just want to loot stuff as well. Disengage suppression system. Alright. Barely know what I did there, but it worked.
What? Are my senses deceiving me? Operator, is that you?
Enemy reinforcements are here. Ship Cephalon, we require immediate extraction.
The operator is in danger? I will need a few moments to cycle the engines.
Tenno,
Oh, come on, my headphones are dying now as well.
you cannot hide from these old eyes. I've marked you. You will return
Alright.
to me.
I got the wife's headphones as backup though. Yikes. Flash! Flash! dead. What happened? Did someone fall down? No, he's right there. She is right there. Nom, 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 nom. Grenier heavy gunners and corpus techs are equipped. Okay, I didn't even get to
Operator,
read that.
you have returned. I am Ordis, ship Cephalon, a shadow of my
Yeah.
former self. I cannot serve the operator in such a condition. Order me to self-destruct. I will understand.
BRB, I just gotta change the headphones, the wipes.
The Grenier are ravenous for this old technology. It is superior to theirs. Perhaps there are systems left in the orbiter compartment?
This madness. Those savages. Components have been removed. The lower no life support. Why did the operator abandon me? Arsenal management could be restored if the operator wishes it.
Alright, yep, I'm hearing this. There we go. Alright. Restore ship's comms. Alright, how do I do that then? Ooh, cool. This is some dope shit. Install segments. Ouchies. Ouchies, ouchies, ouchies. Oh, my poor little toe.
You honor Ordis. Now I can supply
Welcome
the
back,
operator with
everyone.
better monitored firepower. Oh, the violation. Those have been looted as well.
Alright.
We need to figure out what Captain Vor has done to you and stop him, but we'll need help. I found a communication segment we might salvage for your ship. When you are ready, activate your navigation system.
Ordis hopes the operator will punish the Grenier for dismantling it.
Alright, interesting. The name's Bob James Bob? What the fuck? Alright, already loving the chat. Education. Okay, so it's like... Yeah, alright, so these nodes... Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So just damage. Interesting, interesting. Equip companion? I can have a companion? Assignment spy.
The segment you need is in a nearby data vault. Infiltrate the vault and retrieve the segment.
The Ascaris is working, breaking through. I see the shadows of your mind.
Then you can see the shadows of these nuts. Successfully from oh my god. Okay, I'm a sucker for achievements, and of course there are achievements here.
This data vault is equipped with a variety of security measures.
How?
To defeat
How did
those
he not see
measures
me?
is up to you.
Yeah, you found one of the most important blurbs there, Nightmare. Oh, Nightmare's been here since this morning. Not that it's not morning anymore. There you go, dead. Stab. Why am I not picking stuff up? I know, but they were gone for a while. That's true, that's true. Well, it's very nice to see you here, Nightmare. No? Alright, those are loots. Oh, loots. And you just stab it and you loot it. Oh, okay, so those are ammo. Gotcha, gotcha. And these are secondary ammo. Yeah. I love that you messaged me just as I found it out as well. But you're gonna have to help me overall in this. Alright, so we're supposed to go there, which means I'm gonna explore everywhere but there first. Get a loot. Open storage locker. It's ammo. Sorry, but I was working on one of my edits. Dude, don't be sorry. Be better. No. Never say you're sorry. Oh, and there's a mini map up there. Very nice. Love a mini map. Balls. There we go. You're dead. Rank up! Exalted Blade. Nice. Yeah, we're just happy to have people here. Smack. And smack. Vault status online. I don't even know what that means. Yeah. Oh, so the more you use the weapon as well, the more you rank it up. Is that it? Kubro? Oh, it's instead of Cujo, it's Kubro. Oh, Kubro! Oh, Kubrov. Oh, you're trying to shoot me? Bitch! I'm just gonna murder people. Yeah! Excuse you. Rank up. +1 health. Nice. That seems kind of cool. I'm homesick? Did they say that? Oh, come on. So you kind of got aim. Some of it, at least. There we go. Super dead. It says I can't walk further. But I could! There's a wild artillery! Let's see, alright. Quest. Smack! 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 It's super fun! Whee! Your near force fields trip the vault's alarm and drain energy if touched. Gotcha. Oh, so it wants me to like go underneath then. Gotcha. Don't even know normal Pokeball. Whoa. Yeah, no. I'm poor. What can I say? What is this? Bypass. There we go. Solve a cipher in under 5 seconds. Whoa.
The segment is
I got
yours.
so many
Head to
achievements.
extraction.
As every moment passes, the Ascaris burrows deeper, revealing you.
Trick Magnum? How did they come in from over there? Where did they come from? Oh, here. Fine. Elevator! I am Ninja Man! Hiya! I got you. Excuse you, why are you hunkering down here? Why are they just like standing there doing nothing? Sorry, but sometimes this computer for this game seems stupid as all fuck, man. Alright. No one caught the artillery? Well, sucks to be y'all, scrubs. Guess you don't need a Pokeball anyway. Let's go! Whee! I enjoy slicing and dicing people. Need more energy. What if I don't want more energy? Huh? Ever thought about that? Sorry, doggy. If you mess with me, you will die. I am ninja robots. Moonlight Thresh Cone. Alright. Don't know what that is, but it seems super cute. Ah, fuck. I done been here. Alright. This is where we're running to. Get to extraction. Nice.
Mission complete.
Cool.
Excellent work.
All right. Serration, pressure points, trick mag. Oh, so this is what I picked up, and these are mods then. The top ones here. Invited me to a game. What?
Orbiter Void Cloak engaging. Welcome back, operator. The operator has recovered.
Hey!
Install it now. Orders patiently awaits its
Friend
installation.
request confirmed.
Get communications online. I must
Equipment
analyze
profile
what Voice
options,
of
last
Scarus
mission
is doing
result,
to your
no.
warframe. This technology is
Communications.
beyond the Grenier. It must be Corpus in origin.
Yay! Talk? What is this? Poo poo! It says I'm on Windows as well. What the fuck? Be my friend, don't join my game. Invited you to a game. Do you want me to join your game? What's that gonna do to me? Unable to join. The objective has been completed. Alright. Guess I'm not allowed. Select and configure your equipment. Ooh. Excalibur. Abilities. That's locked. View augments. Surging dash. Each enemy hit during slash and dash further increases your melee counter by 8. Allies have debuffs removed? Nah, bro. Available augments. Why can't I? Why can't I choose it? Planar enemies are marked on the minimap for 12 seconds. You could join me? I'm on disc if you want to talk. Oh, right, and the private one. Let's see if this works. Hello. Hello. Oh my god. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Great. I'm just gonna lower your volume a little bit so you're not louder than me in the stream. Still super loud. No, it's not you. It's not you. It's me. It's not you. It's me. Now you might be too low. Fuck me. But yeah, I'm there we go. But no, now it's fine. Now it's fine. No, it's fine. Yeah. Now it's all good. Conclave. Bah. A bit. Yeah. Before you sell it, consider ranking it to 30. Oh shit. I don't want to sell anything. How? Yes, please, tell me. Yes. I want my Excalibur, my weapon. Okay. I want my Warframe. Swap. I can only do swap and appearance on those. This swap. Mark 1 Strun. Oh, I can buy those weapons. Hind. Companion, none. Can I equip a companion? Death Cube? Sick. No, not yet. That might be something that unlocks later, because I've just done like one mission now. I mean, if you want to join me on my missions, that'd be super cute. I don't know if it negatively affects me or anything. Nice.
Systems engaging.
I just installed the codex.
This will do.
What is a
Otis
codex?
Grateful.
Oh, nice. Main quest. Vol's
The operator is
Prize.
now connected with other
Liberate
Tenno
the
in the
imprisoned
system.
arms dealer.
The operator may now
100% that's how I get
contact
mods and stuff.
Scumbags. Contact arms dealers.
Excellent idea,
Can I?
Otis. Tenno, we need to make contact with a Corpus defector sympathetic to the Tenno cause. They will, of course, require compensation.
You see what Otis is referring to, operator?
I invited you.
In this
Oh,
case,
yeah, you just press the plus here.
compensation will
Cool.
not be credits. It will be freedom.
Oh my god.
Updated navigation. You will need to break him out of a Grenier gulag.
Friends only. Yay. Awesome. Thank you. Alright, then we're gonna start this mission, baby. Liberate the imprisoned arms dealer. Grenier 1 to 3. Grenier is levels then. Alright. Indeed they are. Ooh. Oh yeah, we're 2 ships. Also, the chat, the stream chat, tell me if sound levels need to be adjusted here, because it's not always the same. What I hear, you named your oink. How is this a pig? Modded and fixed, so she's not gonna have kids. Very good. You should. Whoa, Jesus! You should spay and neuter your animals. Pew. Wait, you're also? No, you're not. Oh, you're the Vault. Kill.
The Ascaris is working.
That's why I picked it. I was like, yeah, sword!
The shadows of your mind.
Sword!
Don't let Laura distract
Chop chop,
It's
sword!
our only hope of figuring out this link with him.
I got a sword and a bow. I didn't choose the kunais at least. Ah! Oh, what's this? Play-Doh? Rubido! Rubido! Bidibido! Rickety rack rack! Oh yeah? Got stuff? You are a looter. But you ain't no loser! Rank up! No. How dare you even suggest such a thing, you dumb motherfucker? Good. Oh. Hiya! Nice. I don't have to do anything. You're just gonna kill everything for me. Love it. Blah, 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 blah. Nice. No, but your husband is away now as well, so your heart is broken. Hiya! Slash and dash! I murder things. Yeah, I mean, it's very fast-paced, but not stressful. It's an interesting combination. Right? But being able to just run around and kill things, it's lovely. It's fucking lovely, I tell you. Excuse you. No, they were shooting at me. I barely noticed, but they were shooting at me. How dare they? Oh, chests. Chest. I found chests. We got big old chesticles. I love that expression though, chesticles. Nice. I found a place with the chest as well. There's also like a pukey thing. I don't know how else. It's in a chamber. It's like a fountain, but it's green, so it looks pukey. Hello. Have you also adopted that from Panda? Hello. It really is. Yeah. Hello. It's lovely. Truly lovely. It's so fucking amazing, ain't it? You saw something green? It might have been me, because I'm green with envy. A smack! A kill. It's all good. Ouchies. Yeah, alright, you can blast them. But yeah, this game, like, just the fact that you can change weapons and shit, and the frames can be exchanged and stuff, it feels like there's so much potential here to just customize it.
This is the prison block. If you can
Never
avoid detection
shut.
it may be easier to get Dargo out.
Just activated your walk on
Bypass the
again.
security so we can enter.
Sorry, I'm just I'm finding more loot. Your teammate needs help opening a door. Too bad. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming, I'm coming! You died? Oh, okay. So I stand over here, and we press X to open door. This area is heavily fortified. Survey, or, instead of surveying the area, what do you think we just go in? What's this green shit? Right. Ah, smack! Smack!
You've been spotted. Get ready for a fight.
I love murdering things, so I'm all good with that. And the best thing about playing a melee hero is that Disable security? No. Is that you don't need ammo for the sword. I can understand that. It's like, oh look, pew pew! Everything is electric now. True steel. Plus 20% critical chance. Farty fart fart. Smite Grenier. Rank up. Would you like to die? Organ shatter? What the fuck are these? You kitty catties? Rank up! I mean, why would you ever want to disable an alarm when you can just rank up and kill things forever and ever and ever? I had. They're gone now. Boo Boo Blaster Shader Shattered. What the fuck? Alright, there's something around here. Find an access panel to hack. Is this the access panel? Release lockdown. I was preparing for a fight and you just murdered them all. It's what I do. Oh my gosh. Oh, chesties. Or we murder all of these and then we go back and do the mission. Looties! I'm racking up the gun that I don't even know how to equip anymore. Alright. You're having fun? It's the post-poop sumis. The post-shit runnies. Look at me, Mama! I'm shit-free! Stealth rescue? What? Did you... Oh, okay. Sick. Oh my gosh! For some reason... Equip him? How do I equip him?
The Lotus
Nope.
must be desperate.
I'm literally standing on him.
Greedy fools from the corpus. Now the Ascaris has burrowed deep enough.
I mean, he's following me.
Influence. Shall we see how your shield?
Yeah, but how do I equip him, though?
The Ascaris is letting Vor control your
Maybe I
shield.
can't.
We must figure out.
Hey, Panda.
Avoid taking damage while I try and block him.
I think so. I heard his walk on at least. No, not this time. I'm too focused. Fucked up your ping on Discord. Since I'm streaming, it doesn't give me a ping anyway, so. There you are. Who's shooting me? And why? Oh, okay. What? I mean, when you pinged for when you were gonna stream, you just did at. Oh, fuck. Really? I didn't do at live? I'm such an idiot. Yeah, I'm the worst. I'm not a good streamer, that's for sure. But I'm cute. Ah, I'm so cute. Just ask my wife. Hiya! But there are still people to murder. Murder! Doctor being a dumb once or twice a month. Once or twice a month? That is very nice of you to say. Super fucking generous right there. I'd say once or twice an hour is more accurate. Yeah. Right. Dum-dum of pinging. Alright, gotcha. Pining! Panda's pining for me. Let's see. Yeah, fuck's sake. Alright, I'm gonna change it now to... Fuck's sake. Yeah, I just added nobles and no one else. There we go. Otherwise, probably every 20 minutes. I accept that. Alright. You have 2 unread messages in your mailbox.
Ordis will be delighted to
Communication.
upgrade your
Inbox.
May I recommend fire?
Lotus. Year 12 anniversary glyph. Cool. How do I... These items have been delivered to your inventory. Alright, I'm gonna delete this message. And Forma 20. Alright, I'm gonna delete that message as well. Can I do stuff now? Abilities? No, I can't. Can't do anything. 20 minutes of being nice. Come on, gang! Stop being mean to me now. I already agreed. I'm a dum-dum, but you don't have to. No. Now I have mods.
Operator, I've linked the mod segment to your arsenal now.
Select the mod to begin fusion.
Upgrade your warframe now.
Fury. 5% attack speed. Ooh. Yeah.
Ordis patiently awaits compliance in using the new arsenal
Alright,
features.
I'm gonna...
It is for the operator's own good.
How's my refusing endo? To upgrade intensity? Ahaha!
Ordis patiently awaits compliance in using the new arsenal features. It is for the operator's own good.
Alright, I can't. Oh, gotcha. Wait, so both of them are marked as... Select only one mod to begin fusing. Start fusing in selected mod. I can't even...
Patiently awaits compliance.
I don't have any...
Using the new arsenal
Then what the fuck am I gonna do?
For the operator's own good.
Select 3 mods to transmute. Alright, here we go. Arsenal.
Ordis patiently awaits compliance.
Oh my gosh, yay, upgrade.
It is for the operator's
Ooh.
own good. Isn't it beautiful, operator? The complex web of variables and synergies. Oh, the possibilities are endless.
Actions. Alright, auto install, upgrade, polarization, swap polarity.
But everything will soon make sense.
Oh, Jesus.
Install the mod before we can continue.
Nice. Oh my gosh. The it's the sorry, the song that's on right now is Get Low, but mixed with Staying Alive. To the window, to the wall. Yeah, sorry, I can do the same with everything, right?
I'm in your debt, and I often pay my
Actions, auto install,
I recognize
serration.
that
Ooh, nice,
device is
15%
passive
damage.
restraint. We corpus use something similar to keep our robotics in line.
Actions,
So,
auto
to settle my
install.
debt, I give you a very expensive blueprint.
20% melee damage. Oh,
Because
dude.
I like you. And well, a lot of my customers
Swooping
don't live
Falcon.
long with these grenade dogs chewing up.
But now I have Endo.
Use
No,
your
that's
foundry
Platinum.
to build a
Sorry.
countermeasure device from this blueprint. Good luck.
Vor's Ascaris is burrowing into your warframe. I'm worried it will affect your mind. I can't lose you, Tenno. We must restore the ship's foundry immediately. A nearby ore extraction colony will have the foundry technology you need. I am certain they will share it with you. Its location has been added to your navigation console.
Alright. Alright. Void Relic console offline. Segment required. Gotcha. Alright, so now it's just that next mission. Locate the foundry segment!
Tenno, we may have a problem. The colony is unresponsive. Get to the surface so we can see what's going on.
And you wrote poopy face to me? My gosh. How dare you? It's so mean. You're so dairy. This is true. Moo. Jesus, that's a big ass hammer.
The Grenier are here, and I cannot find any signs of living colonists.
Wait, you
have a
just
job to do.
like strike the floor and shit opens up? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bud. I killed some people.
This was once
I
a prosperous independent colony, until the Grenier arrived.
I wanted to loot, but then I saw people that needed to die.
But I will show them. Their love will return when I deliver you to them.
I can start an elevator here.
Tenno, are you there? The signal cannot be boosted any further. Hurry, we're running out of time.
That's pretty nice that he's still alive, yeah. Was there anything fun over there? Stuff? Stuff is so fun. Oh, stuff good. The fuck is this? It's a chicken who really can't believe what's going on. What the fuck? To get to the other side. Obvious. I've seen like on Reels some kid pulling that joke, and he's so fucking proud of it. Of course. Of course. Can I call the elevator? I don't use the stairs. I don't use stairs. Stairs are stupid. No, I'm not a stupid face. What up? Rank up. Rank up. Yeah. Nice. So you gotta rank up other things. Yeah. That makes sense. But I think that's also a really smart way in the game itself to make sure that you try out different things. Like, sure, you might find your favorite weapon quickly, but to make sure that you actually experience the game, like, you get rewarded for trying out other things. Very important. Steel fiber. You're important. Yes, you are. So important. You hope you're not important? You hope you're not important. You're gonna get married in like a month, and you say, I hope I'm not important. Literally gonna be the most important person that day. No, it's gonna be so much fun. You're gonna love it. You don't gotta. No, it's up to you and the hubs. You could change it all and just do like, no, it's a wedding in sweatpants. Sorry, these are mine. That's what I'm saying. Destroy his dreams. I mean, that's what marriage is anyway. Smack, smack. No, no. No, you need to kill my wife. Ha! Her boobs are pretty fantastic. This is true. This is true. The wifely tatas are terrific. No one can say otherwise. Smack! Right. So smart. I honestly think like the most attractive part of her is how intelligent she is. In my mind. Yeah, that I don't enjoy. She's mean as fuck. It's that's I don't know, you maybe you shouldn't say that to like abuse survivors and stuff. Like I'm pretty sure my dad is not the best person in the world. It's love, right? It's love. No. Your husband is not mean to you. He's being a nice little boy. I am murdering things. Honestly, like, I'm enjoying this so much. A smack! I have sword! Sword! Yeah. I have like 20 stealth kills so far. But it's not as fun as just going straight in and being like, oh, die.
Good. Your ship is one step closer to completion.
Found the founder segment.
There is one more thing you need to do. Eliminate all Grenier and provide justice for the colonists.
Soon the worm will be in your spine.
Can I
and
reset
will
alarms?
control this warframe of yours. I will purge your
What does that do,
guilty
even?
mother and bring you home.
Fuck it. Where's ya? Haha! Slice, slice, slice. There we go. Oh, sorry. There you are. I had a Grenier chasing me. I was like, oh no, how mean of me. I should have met you halfway. And murdered you immediately. And that's why he fails. There we go, reset alarms. Oh, nice. There's loot to be had, bestie! Yeah, I'm seeing shiny things, so I'm running around. Yay, shinies! Shiny! Me and oink. No, come on! I'm gonna continue this pig theme then. When I get a companion. Of course it is. Oh my gosh, have you killed almost 30 by yourself? Just what you do? I got the last one. I fulfilled the mission. Where would you be without me? Right? Oh, you... Good. Okay, I can't. My fragile male ego. It never feels good. And that's why I need validation. No, that's why I gotta stream. People online need to give me validation. Love me! Love me! That doesn't mean that they're not here. That doesn't mean... They're all just enjoying me and you. I do feel loved. Chat doesn't have to be active for me to feel loved. That's not what it's like being a streamer. Chat doesn't have to be. Shut up! Shut up! Why are you gonna be so mean to me? Why are you gonna be so mean? No. Let's try. We should try just being nice to each other from now on. You're not even gonna try? Not even given a chance? Fuck's sake. Oh, I tried. Chris doing a double stream today. Hey, what up, X Gamer? I wasn't planning on doing a longer stream, but I don't think it's gonna be like a double stream. It's just gonna be a long stream. Yeah. Nobles messaged me on Discord at like 7:10 or something. And he was just like, "Hey, are you gonna go live today?" I was like, "Yeah, maybe later in the day. Why? Do you want to raid me?" He's like, "Yeah, I do. Go live now." So I had to go live in the morning. I had to. I mean, you know how cute he is. I can't say no to that face. It is a kind of forcing me to do something if he asks me. It isn't. It isn't. I'm in at the extraction point. I love that one though. I love that one. Bestie's right. No, no, no. Don't give her more fuel on this fire.
Another job well executed.
No! Earn 10,000 credits. Fury. Convulsion.
Your foundry segment is ready for installation, operator.
I mean, I'm not gonna try to manipulate chat here. It's all up to them. Oh, fuck, no. Jeez. No. No. It's actually fuck no. Got an ad coming in a minute as well. Oh my gosh. What is a foundry?
Foundry restored. Here, the operator will craft many powerful weapons
Safely
and tools
disuse
to
this
exact
car's
revenge for dismantling me. To expand your arsenal. Oh no. Operator, our component storage has been looted as well. Typical Corpus. Sure, the blueprint is free, but jack up the components.
Okay.
Operator, we will need resources in order to build the countermeasure blueprint.
Alright, we need resources. Raid the Corpus resource caches.
General, I just received a very explicit message from your ship, Sevlon. If you're looking for resources, why didn't you just say so?
You actually started that prediction?
I demand an apology. My mother is no gymnast, and she would never eat those things.
You can go straight to... Operator, I am sorry.
That's so mean.
Wow. You may want to get a new ship, Sevlon, when you can afford it. That one seems clean.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I've marked your navigation with a place angle. It's good for resources. If you can
Bait
stand
of
the
Grenier.
cold.
There we go. Like at this point I have so few mods that I can just equip them all. Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, I can find the bit with 0 points because of the Swedish gambling laws. Why am I not allowed to vote in this? Streamers can't cast a prediction on their own channel. Shut up. That's so mean. Whoa! You are a poopy pant. You dumb whore! Oh my gosh. Let's get some caches. Caches. If it helps, I ordered yes just for fun. Oh, thank you. But with 0 points though, so it doesn't register. I mean, I appreciate you, X-Gamer.
Raid the caches and take
You're a nice person.
This outpost belongs to the Corpus, a secretive but extremely powerful
I'm a
merchant
suck
cult
up.
known to be working with the Grenier. DrVem
Oh, okay. As well he should.
Legions of robots, mindless automatons, freaking lasers. These guys are bad news, but they're also low.
And is Darvo like Russian? I haven't listened to him before. I'm sorry, someone else is talking in my ear constantly. So... Can you even? Is that even an option? Are you able to? The fuck? It's a flying thing? Yeah, I shot it. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Keep moving.
My feelings! My poor little feelings!
Don't let that bother you.
Let's see, control console, no. Oh, there you are.
Sell anything to anyone. Don't get me wrong, I like profit. A lot. But I don't sell my wares to the damn greedy.
I like profit.
Unforgivable.
Man, it is a prediction, ain't it so? It is a prediction, but apparently you put money on the prediction and stuff. Ouchies! That's not smart. I melee an explosive barrel. Right? Let's see. Alright, we got stuff to destroy here. Welcome back, ad viewers. Oh my gosh, how was Adland? Did it suck ass? Die, robots! Alright, let's go. So who does it inputs the correct answer later and then the side wins that was correct. Yeah, I think it's like, you bet how many, so you bet how many points that your prediction will be the true one, and then you win the points for whatever the prediction is. It's like if... Yeah. Yes. Does that mean most points as well, or... Come on. And you are my man. I missed it. Of course. No, it's not. Using that on a way of seeing if you should be nice. Isn't there also just a normal Twitch poll? There should be normal Twitch polls, yeah. How the fuck do I get in there, then? Fuck's sake. You miss your husband. I think that's it. Oh, no. Ah! Fuck. There we go. Haha. I found something you can pick up. Frost leaf. No. We're running towards the other two. Yeah. I mean, where the fuck are they? Like, I tried to follow them, and it just showed me a mountainside. Yeah, no, I fucking get that, yo. I'm not... Jesus. I'm going towards the yellow dot. Right now the yellow dot is behind me, but I obviously need to be in the compound. Hooah! No, I'm not sure I know how to play any game, honestly. It's so fucking stupid. How the fuck do I get over there? I'm literally trying to. No. Alright, so over there, hopefully. Alright, I haven't been here, obviously. Loot to be had. Thank you for the lurk, X-Gamer! Yeah, I'll like update the stream once it's time for once it's time
Good work, but you're not done yet.
for Try's
Find
Day
the next
proper.
cache. You almost have what you need.
Just look at the stream right now, because I'm like running towards the yellow. And I've been here before. Smack, smack. There we go. And I'm running towards... Oh wait, there was a hole there. Never mind. I just saw the wall and I was like, I can't walk in there! The fuck? I'm an idiot. I'm not the smartest man in the world. On the contrary. I think it's undiagnosed ADHD, really. That's what it is. Blame it on the dump. Have to. Wow. Oh, more frost leaf. Did you grab the frost leaf? I don't have a lot, and there's a lot here. Yay! Loot! Yes, please. I wanna know what it looks like at least. Like sometimes you, oh my gosh, that's X Gamers walk on again. Like sometimes you go for the mission objective immediately, and sometimes you just loot first, and I never know which time you'll do which. It's confusing. Like you're like running around looting. And I'm like, all right, so we're gonna loot, and then you're like, oh my gosh, why aren't you doing the mission? Yeah, but you're not done looting. There's like I still find loot everywhere where you've been. Let's see here. All right. We're gonna go in here. Let's see here. Ah, smack. Recover all caches. Open storage locker. Open cache. There we go.
Time for extraction. You've got all you came for.
Alright, time to get extracted.
The
Get extracted, bro!
and rendered your lotus mute. You will return to me over your own free will.
Oh, I fucking love the slash and dash. Sorry, there were literally a wave of enemies here. Payday 2 will be such fun, man. Until then, I'm here in the shadow. Nice. Yeah, you said that Payday 2 is gonna be so much fun. So now it has to be fun. If it's not a ton of fun, X-Gamer, yeah, deep trouble. So much trouble. Fuck off! There we go. Wait, there's like a... Oh, fuck yeah. That... You should try it out, you should try it out. Alright, gotta turn off the alarm. I do. You stood in front of me! I was standing here shooting, you just stood in front of me. So I had to move. But you stood in front of me. Who stood in front of who first? Don't hit me, Doctor. Oh, I'll hit you. I'll hit you so hard. Your ancestors are gonna feel it. Raid the corpus resources. No, I'm not gonna use violence. I'm a pacifist. I only use violence in games. Enemy sense? Ooh, cool. Tactical pump. That's what they call it nowadays.
Operator, are you all right?
This part of your journey is over, Tenno. I admire you for your struggle, but now I am part of you.
Lotus, do something. Help the operator.
We Grineer are millions strong, but with a flaw.
What the fuck is happening?
We are diseased, rotting, sterile. But now we have you.
I'm stuck in the stream now.
Operator, do not abandon me again.
Stay here forever. But I built the countermeasure.
I did this for my love, my queen.
Why not?
You will forgive my insubordination when I deliver you to them.
The prediction's over.
Our love will be reborn as we feed on your divine blood. Our children will flourish without disease. And I will die at last.
Go get breakfast, gamer.
Father. Grandfather.
Alright, so he wants to have kids. That's why he's being a dickbag.
What a waste.
What a waste.
Tenno. Good. You managed to disarm Vor's Ascaris. I thought I lost you.
Yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Something's happening.
Oh
Something's
no.
happening.
The Ascaris had a tampering failsafe. It's burrowed into you and armed itself. We'll need to
Burrowed
find
into me and
Thor
armed
before it
itself.
detonates. Get to
What?
navigation. Boarding a Grineer ship to access their personnel records will be the fastest way to find Vor.
Operator, what are you waiting for?
Nice. Love a big pair of
Or
brass
this assumes
knuckles.
finding Vor implies violence?
Upgrade. Let's see here. Actions. Just
Hello,
auto
operator.
equip.
May I suggest you access navigation and save your life? For my sake.
Not enough capacity to install this mod. Ooh, dude. We get 9 viewers. I think that's what kind of what we've had for a while as well. Oh yeah, for sure. But that's that is the bread and butter of Twitch is lurkers. Smite grenade. I thought you were gonna say 20,000 followers on Twitch. I was like, what the fuck? How did you do that? Look, tits! Haha! Build negator and obtain. I did that. Didn't I? Yeah. I'm never sure about anything. Oh my gosh. Let's see. No, Earth. Obtain the nav segment. Alright. Ouchies. Alright, I just gotta run to the kitchen right quick. Alright. I got a Coke. I need something sugary. You like my way?
Hello?
Should take a nap. I might actually like just stream for another hour, then kill the stream and then restart it at like 3 or 4 for Tri-State. Your therapig?
You have murdered my
Your
sons
court-appointed
and disgraced
therapist?
me before my
After killing all those
employees.
people?
But soon, the Ascaris will complete its task.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Stitches get stitches. Oh. What's that? Ooh. Yucky. No. No, you've learned how to control them. Almost. Hello, anyone here who wants to die? I found my way into the vents. Nice. These red things that we, the rubido, what are they? Like, what do you use them for? Oh, gotcha. That stuff I'll unlock as I go along. Oh yeah, no, I will. I'm a hoarder. Get it? Whoa, whoa. That is... Man, you about to throw hands! That's actually really cool. Like electrified knuckle dusters. What crates? Grates! Oh. Sorry, I thought you said crates. No. Oh, hello. Would you like to get cut? Hello. It's the panda. Hello. Hello, I'm giving out free circumcisions. Sniggity snig. Sniggity snig, actually, but snippity snib should have been better, yeah. Wow. Yeesh. A smack! No. His knee shattered. Jeez. Doesn't have to be have been a different life. You're just a violent person. You enjoy hurting people. Oh yeah, oh for sure. Like if you were born as a man in the 1920s, you would have hit people. Like you would have broken some bones. But now you're like, no, I'm gonna work as a nurse for 10 years, and then I'm actually gonna like work in programming and stuff. Gonna be a productive member of society. Starting out on the path of being a productive member of society. Because that I would agree to, yeah. It's that's next. You have, this is very true. Yeah, like, who even wants to provide for society? Fuck that shit. I gotta say, I'm really enjoying this game. And I'm really, really liking being the Excalibur. It's such a good frame. But you can find other frames later as well. Like, not just the first 3 ones. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. Man, this seems like such a dangerous game. Yes. Yes. Yeah, the dark side. Ja, Hans. I am Gretel. You are Hans and I am Gretel. And we're two fat piggies. myself. That's true. I take it back. I want to take it back. It's never too late to say sorry. Justin Bieber taught me that. Twink. Twinkie Bieber. Where are we going? Where are we going? Is it too late now to say sorry? It's not just your body, it's your vagina.
Good work. We have what we... Wait. Tenno, coordinates in this nav segment put the galleon
Yeah,
on a
liking
direct
vagina
course to
is
a
nasty,
convoy of
I agree.
colonists. You have a choice. You can extract now,
That,
or you can
I hate
disable this
you.
galleon
I
and
hate you
save
so
the
much sometimes.
colonists. Saving the colonists could jeopardize this mission. I recommend you head straight to extraction, but the choice
Wait,
is yours.
we can save something? Definitely save the colonists.
The Ascaris failsafe is attacking your systems. Your shield capacity has just been halved. You're wasting precious time, Tenno.
Precious time? Nah. Wait, your companion can open the red doors? Or the red lockers? I didn't know. That's pretty fucking cool, actually. Oink! Oink!
You've reached the ship's power systems. Destroy the reactor.
No.
Destroy the fuel injectors.
Oh yeah. No, dude, fuck off! No, I get upset, not angry. My feelings get hurt easily. Wow. I'm slicing and dicing over here. I'm murdering people. That's nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, so... I think, yeah, it's time for extraction. Oh shit, my shield is up. Yeah, like I don't have any more shield. Oh, I totally forgot. You just didn't listen. Yeah, no, not to women. Oh my gosh. Nice.
The colonist ship has escaped. I admire your noble intentions, Tenno, but you must survive for the future of the system.
Is it him naked? 68 melee kills. Damage dealt, 59%. Damage taken, 79%. Jesus, 68 out of 73 kills were melee kills. And I got one upgrade.
Proceed to the navigation console.
So mean. So
The
mean.
detonator is charging up. You need to bring Vor down. He thinks he can capture you again.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happens when you
I will be
go
with you. Let
melee.
us show him how much you have learned. Are you ready, Tenno? Facing
Yeah, I'm
Vor
ready.
is the
I want to
only way
confront
rid
Captain
yourself
Vor.
of him permanently.
Give me! Oh, you gotta accept as well? Oh, I thought that, like, since you're in my party, I get to just choose and then it happens. So I was yelling at the game, not you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You could have been.
No, I didn't mean to attack you.
Tenno,
It is not
be
too late to
careful.
say sorry.
Even with this Scott's interference disabled, Captain Vor is a dangerous threat.
Bastard! Man, yeah, this game is too much fun. Yeah. No, you gotta pay attention a little bit. But it's a really good combo of, like, yeah, you gotta pay some attention, but it's also fairly relaxing, and it's like you can definitely have like a movie on at the same time or something. Or a stream. Oh yeah. I don't know though. This game, like, there are good graphics, but it doesn't seem to take up a whole lot of CPU and GPU usage. Is what I'm thinking. What settings do I have now? Let's see. Graphics, quality preset, custom. It's medium. What if I want to go high? Confirm. Let's see what happens. High settings. Alright, so far so good. Ooh, it looks markedly, like, it looks markedly better when you have high settings. Like, there's a definite difference. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, if you do low graphics, you should be able to stream it. If you stream in, like, 720p and not 1080.
I could have saved the Grenier, but they
Yeah, right?
cast me out. Maybe it's not too late to draw your divine blood.
Yeah, right? Man, this is a pretty game when you got the graphics. We love a pretty game. But you got dual screens as well if you're gonna stream, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Nice. That's the way it should be. Men don't deserve nice things. That's why he's marrying you. Teehee. You're like the price for having a good life. Yeah. Jesus, was that your ultimate ability? Oh shit, I have an ultimate ability as well. Vroom vroom! Oh Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I just slash in the air. and everything near me. Yeah. Like it's a ranged melee attack. Of course I do. Några fulingar.
Foolish Tenno. Do you realize your notice has sent you to die?
Man, this dude has way too much confidence in his own abilities. Ooh, loot. We can loot while we fight, right?
Asleep for so long, you will be no match for my defenses.
No! Haha! Predicted that shit. You are able to predict some things sometimes. Woo! You jump over those? I glide under them. Dealer's Chines.
You went
Fuck's
to
sake.
sleep in a system of Grania slaves. You wake to Grania warriors.
I mean, he's a good villain, like well made. But he's like comically evil.
Face your death.
Oh jeez, I died.
Attack! Cover me! I want to.
Rank up.
This is not over, Tenno. I will
Come on.
have your corpse for my queens.
Tenno.
He really
The
simps
Ascars
for that queen, whoever she
were
is.
gone inert the moment Vor vanished. You have defended Earth from a dangerous threat.
Multiple queens?
Well done.
Nice. Love a matriarchy. Oh. Oh, nice. How was he? Oh, okay. It's after the transplant, right? Yeah. Hey, morning, ducky. Really? Yo. Oh, that makes sense. I was like one of the few people on assembly. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, no, I can imagine going to and fro the hospital. Yeah. Fingers crossed. I mean, she'll definitely eat more when she's home again.
communication contract complete. Great work.
Okay. Yes, fingers crossed. I'm gonna cross my fingers as well and try to catch this fucking Oma Star.
You've done it, Tenno. Vor's Ascaris is
Basically.
gone. You are free now. But your work has just begun. The origin system is in chaos, and it needs you, Tenno.
You.
Vor was just a part of the Grineer machine, and we have seen that the Corpus have
You
begun
caught the
amassing
Oma Star.
weapons
Fucking
of their own.
congratulations.
It is a dangerous time.
Yeah. I am.
Others will gladly assist the operator in cutting a bloody path in whatever mission they choose.
We will
How
be
is
at your
Ducky?
side.
Hong
There
Kong.
will be others too. It is time for the Tenno to return. So, what mission will you do next?
And we get to choose our own mission now? We found one drifting near Earth, but the Lotus knew we were coming. We should purchase the cryo moments before we had them and sent squad Tenno. Alright. Complete Venus Junction Earth. Alright, so we just have quests now as well. Mastery rank up. Test your skills to reach the next rank. Are you ready to become initiate? Ooh. Yeah, sure, begin the test. You cannot be tested while a mission squad is active. How do I leave the squad?
Ordis wonders, why is he
Leave squad,
here?
there we go.
Ordis supposes everyone has to be somewhere.
Begin test. Oh my gosh.
A Tenno must be a master of all their weapons.
Money penny.
Prove yourself with your primary weapon.
Money penis? What, I can't do my melee stuff now?
I believe you can handle more.
I believe you can handle more. Of course I can.
Excellent. Continue.
Huh? You're allowed to be tired. You are. But only sometimes. Always nice to you. What you talking about, bitch? Man, I suck at aiming. Come on. Come on. Thank you. There we go. Wave 3 completed. Alright.
A formidable performance. This test is now
This test is now complete. Dope!
another job well executed.
Void trace storage. I don't even know what that means, but I'll take it.
Unread inbox messages.
Go to Nightwave. Tune into Nora's Mix Volume 9. What does this mean? Complete daily and weekly acts to advance through reward tiers as you fight justice in the origin system. Go to Nightwave.
Always a pleasure.
Alright, how do we... Sell any item in your inventory for credits. Alright. Kill enemies with toxin damage, kill enemies with abilities. Tune in. So volume 9 is live right now. The fuck is this? Alright, interesting.
Ta-ta, lovelies.
You're gonna open your wallet? Nice. Oh my gosh. Advanced missions. You're fucking gorgeous. Where do I have the quests? There we go, quests. Main quests.
If lost upon
Shit, I have a
outside
bunch
cities,
of
you may derive sustenance from mineral
quests.
termite droppings, which the Ostrons call Ito Da. You may also never form a consonant
shit,
again,
right.
but at least you will not be dead.
Warframe quests. Whoa, there's so many quests though. Operation 8 Claw. Complete the Hex quest to unlock this event. Dominus Aureus collection progress. Alright, I don't even know what any of this means right now, but I'm gonna check it out. Cetus. Venus Junction. Alright, I claim that one. Alright, good. Cool. So we can equip the Dreamer's Bond, Deep Freeze. Upgrade Dreamer's Bond mod. Start building attacks on Sentinel in the Foundry. And that's how we get that junction. Mars Junction. Install this Void Relic segment in your orbiter to begin. Alright, how the fuck do I get the Void Relic then? Alright, you know what? Let's we'll just pick one. Cetus 1 or Cetus 2? Cetus 1, fuck it. Do you want to join, by the way? You're good. I'm shopping. Spending that cash, baby. Skip cinematic? No. I'm gonna watch this. Oh my gosh. How much does like one frame cost in real money? Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's like sub 100 crowns for a new frame. Alright, there are kids on this planet and stuff. It is Earth. That's fucking weird. It doesn't look like Earth. Ustron Reclamation Colony. Nice. Oh my lord. You have 2 unread messages in your inbox. Alright, initiate mastery slate. These items have been delivered to your inventory. Burst and blueprint, Morphix, polymer bundle, alloy plate.
Though I wish you could have awoken to a kinder face than Vor's, you have already shown your mettle. Hope remains for this system. Know that you are not alone, that I will guide you, and that your Tenno brethren will fight beside you. Continue to grow in strength, so that you may join the Tenno who fight on other planets.
Alright. Delete all red messages. Yeah. I don't care about that. What do I do here? Dude. Yeah. No, I clicked it. I'm holding it, but nothing is happening. Fisher, Hawk, Konsu, Master Tisonai. Alright, so, yeah, alright. I'll just fucking explore then. Go to these places. What up?
Fish need different bait.
Browse where?
Fisher Highlook is your one-stop shop. Swazdula, stranger.
What can I even do? Luminous dye, peppered bait. You can actually fish and stuff in this game as well? Alright. I can't buy that. You need standing. Alright. Provide fish.
See what you've got. Wait.
Alright, so I don't have any fish, and I can't fish. Because I need standing to fish. How do I get standing?
Name's Sumbat. If you want to draw bells from the cliff face, then I've got
Trade
what
gems
you
for
need to do
Austrian
it in.
standing. I don't have any
Planning tools,
gems.
Scanning gear, huh? That kind of stuff.
I'm gonna browse your awareness.
You're lucky I don't charge you for time.
Cool. Alright. Oh, okay. Nice. Gotcha. More fish bones.
Be well.
Browse wares.
I am in partnership with a certain individual on Venus.
Alright, so it's not just like going on different missions and killing everything you see, but also like being in the world and exploring. That's a totally different dimension than I was expecting. That's fair. Konsu. Personal favor. Accept quest, yes.
Wazdula, off-worlder. Interested in working for me?
Of
Gotta
course I
prove
am.
yourself first. Head out on the plains and show me what you can do.
Alright, prove yourself.
Couldn't get anyone to take that on. Early lunch for council. New Grenier bossman's been giving us no end of trouble. You're my go-to tip. Rightio, see you soon.
Okay, so I had to activate the quest.
New Grenier bossman's been giving us no end of trouble.
Enter the
You're
plains,
my
prove
go-to
yourself. Gotcha.
dinner. Make him go away, yeah?
Night in 1 hour.
The plains of Eidolon, the site of an historic battle between the Orokin and a great sentient. These plains are a vast graveyard of the sentients who attacked the tower long ago. If local legends are true, you do not want to be out here at night.
Oh, and there's it's gonna be night in an hour. And she said, "Oh, you don't want to be out here at night."
Let's make this place as inhospitable as possible for them.
Well,
All your work has led to this.
eliminate nearby enemies, and it's like, oh, it's way over there. All your what? No, that's fine. Oh, cool. Alright. I found some soldiers and they like shot up a drone that shot a flare.
Target spotted. Strike fast and take out as many as you can.
Jesus fucking Christ. I can barely see them either. Like, the camouflage they have is actually working pretty well.
Keep going. They won't be able to sustain these casualties for much longer. More Grenier amassing nearby. Get over there and take them out.
Almost feel sorry for him. Then I remember what's been done to us, and I'm at peace. Here's your bounty.
Oh my gosh.
You know.
There we go. Return to Cetus. But if I don't wanna... Ooh, cool little drum. Nice. That's something I really like with games at times when, because like having a lot of stuff in a game can be pretty daunting, but when it becomes a thing where, like, oh yeah, I have all of this stuff and I forgot to use it. So now I have a bunch of stuff that I can do once I know more about the game. Who's shooting at me? understand why. What's this? Whoa, and you died. Where are these fuckers? Like, I can't see them, but they're definitely shooting at me. I don't get it. I might have forgot to check my minimap. Alright, there we go. Oh, my nephew's playing Counter-Strike 2. Insane. Who even would? I get to use my abilities. Link pad? Ooh. Cool. What's this? Looks like a glowy mark on a rock. Couldn't do anything with it though. All right. Now I understand. Contact Konzu. I can do it from here.
You go in, you work, nobody but you comes out. See you again, eh?
Oh, okay. So it's like a bounty console. Boop! What up, Ducky? Boop! How you doing today? Are you alive? I think I might not be streaming for much longer. Like 15 minutes more, maybe? Yeah, right? So many hours. Mission complete. Quokka Spinal Claw. Grok Drool. Cool. Alright. ENT about your... Oh! Yeah. Hope it goes well as well. Jesus, some of these warframes are insane. Is it like in an hour or something, or a couple hours?
See? Here's the three of us. Me, Uncle, and headstrong Saya. We were inseparable Oots. The two of them even got married.
Wow.
They were happy. Until he disappeared.
Until he disappeared.
That was 5 years ago. Saya never moved on. Never accepted it. And now I'm hearing Quill whispers.
In about 6 hours? Dang. That's some wait, though.
And just like old times,
I think Stoney's awake, though. Can probably waste away 6 hours with him.
For Kansu. Ayo.
Ayo.
We have not spoken in a long time.
Matt, Konsu, I'm very sorry, but I don't care about your relationships. Mission entrance? No, oh.
A bad day fishing is better than a good day working. Swazdula, friend.
Left him a nice message in AFK. He didn't respond. Wow. What an asshole. No.
Chat. No time to talk. There's word of my husband. I have to go.
Okay. Konzu is worried about you.
Konzu and I haven't spoken in 5 years. Not since his involvement in my husband's disappearance.
He's probably busy, yeah.
Now he sends you by the honor.
No, not that he ever does. Poor man.
If you bring Onko back to me, but miss a trick, and I'll take care of business
Resident
myself.
Insomniacs.
Understood? Doga.
Doga.
Let old man Sumbat help you draw wealth from the plains.
Let me see what I can find.
I'll signal you when you're out on the plains. As crazy as this sounds, you're looking for glass.
You're looking for glass. Man, some of these warframes are insane. Insane, I tell you. Alright, I'm doing this mission and then I'm gonna maybe do something else with my life.
Numbers increase the further you venture from Cetus. Patching the Ostrons to your signal now.
Sorry? I didn't hear what you said.
I know it. No one cared more for Cetus, for our people, than he did. He worked with the Quills, the Unum's closest servants, to decipher the secrets of the sentient and the glass warrior who sacrificed herself to destroy it. If you search the camp, I know we'll find some sign of Onko.
I'm just doing the spinny thing to get forward. It's faster than running. Oh, come on. Rank up. Woo! What is this they had going on here? And why can't I do anything with it? That's weird. Oh my gosh. I swear to God, if he's...
This is it. This is where the Grenier found some of Uncle's work. Has he been hiding here?
Counselor Vayhe. Damn, that's an ugly dude. He is, though. Like, super fucking ugly.
Heck, I should have known we'd be behind the Grenier incursions here. else would feed outmatched troops to an Eidolon if it might further their career?
And I feed it a million
Huh?
more for a chance to wrap my metal claws
Oh my gosh, nice.
around your sweet,
Does it look cool?
putrid neck.
Scanning the area. I'm getting strange readings from the cave at my waypoint.
But that
Smash
changes
that
like
drill
the
and go
abilities for your
inside.
main weapon then.
Ah, I remember that.
That's what the
cave.
Warframe does.
Onko and I used to shelter there. Rock slide sealed it off years ago. I hope he's not.
Gotcha.
Uncle? Uncle, he should be here.
But I mean, for example, my abilities are all connected to my weapon. So the new frame you have, is that also connected to your to a weapon, or no? Wait, because the first Warframe you had wasn't connected to a weapon. That was just you blasting shit. Yeah, no, and that's what you're saying, but I mean the abilities are clearly like sword attacks.
By the Onum, is that coffer his? It bears Uncle's mark. It must be important. If it's here
Cool.
and he is not, oh,
All right.
please, Uncle.
Cool and weird.
No.
Saya.
Kanum. I won't say a thing to him, Tenno.
My God, so they're
I'm
having
guessing
like
he
a
didn't
conference
tell you.
call through
He
me
was
now.
with my uncle the day he disappeared.
This coffer is strange. I don't understand the locking mechanism. Tenno, return to your orbiter so we can get it open.
All right. Arson Eximus. Oh yes. Ooh.
Let's activate your codex system to
Examine the container. I did that, yeah. Or I'm going to. Smooth
The lock
operator.
seems damaged. We'll have to force it open.
No, wait. Oh, Uncle was a genius, Utz. He's protected whatever is inside with the shutter lock. The key, molded from glass, has been broken. Forcing it would only destroy everything inside. We need to rebuild the glass. If he was dying, he would have wanted this found. But he locked it. Uncle is alive.
A new strategy.
Do it.
Tenno.
I'm thinking of ending the stream as well. So
These will be essential in locating Sherlock pieces
yeah.
out there on the plains.
Yeah, I'll get off the voice channel probably as well right now. But yeah, I'll be on later. Bye. Thanks for helping me out. Bye. And now Bestia's left as well. To equip your codex scanner, go to Arsenal. What if I don't want to? Yeah. Oh my gosh. We're gonna exit the game. And we're gonna end the stream. For now. I'm gonna go live in a couple hours again. But I really need like just a teeny tiny break from stream. And or a life. No. Ah, shit. I'm thinking we're gonna raid Nemesser. He's currently streaming Baldur's Gate. Or random raid. Let's fucking do a random raid. See what happens. Finding a suitable target. Carly bots. Who even is this? Let's check them out. Also playing Warframe. Yeah. Seems like a chill person. So we're gonna raid Carly bots. He's streaming Warframe as well. So maybe we can learn something from him. Alright, I'll see you there. And I'll stream Payday 2 later today as well. At like 3 or 4 my time. So in 3 or 4 hours. We're raiding out. And I'm gonna come back later for more Tri-State. So we're gonna look at Carly Bots, who is... It will be a double stream, yeah. I thought it wouldn't be, but it will be. Alright, I'll see you later, gang. Let's... That's the raid message. Just rave the capital. Oh, shit. If we can follow, alright.